Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay, but technology is always one step ahead of us, it appears. This meeting is being conducted by means of electronic participation by a majority of council members, as permitted by Section 238(3.3) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as there is presently an emergency declared to exist in the town of Mono, that being the COVID-19 pandemic. Council chambers will not be open to the public. This meeting may be viewed live starting at 9:10 a.m. on May 26, 2020 at the Mono Civic website. Wanting to confirm that we have quorum, we have Deputy Mayor Creelman, Councillor Magtalo, Councillor Martin, and Councillor Nix in attendance, along with myself, Mayor Laura Ryan. And wanted to make sure that everyone is aware that public notification of proceedings of being video recorded and broadcast. At this time, I'd like to advise that disclosure of pecuniary interest can be made now or at any time throughout the meeting. Councillor Nix and myself have declared an interest in unfinished item number 3. But as that item not only deals with invoices, it also deals with the procedure of dealing with the bylaw, I'd ask that council members just that do not have a conflict deal with the invoices themselves, and then we'll open it up to all of us to participate in the discussion on the Phil bylaw. So at this time, is there anything else regarding the agenda? Because we have a motion that council approves the agenda of session VC5-2020 as circulated. Are there any additions or deletions? Councillor Nix?
On the in-camera, we have one item listed so far. I would like to add a second item, the letter from Miller Thompson.
Yes, and we have discussed that with our solicitor, and he's fine to respond to any questions. And Mr. Early is aware of that, so we'll do the initial one first, and then Mr. Early can leave the meeting for the second one. Is there anything else? So I'll ask for someone to move the motion. Moved by Nix and seconded by Magtalo. And of course, we'll do alphabetic agreement on the motions as they come forward. So Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Magtalo? Your mic? And Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Okay, and Councillor Nix?
Yes.
And I am also in favor, so that's carried. And we move on to the council approves the minutes of session VC4-2020 as circulated. Could I have someone to move? Moved by Nix and seconded by Martin. Any discussion? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Creelman?
Yes.
And Councillor Magtalo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
And I'm in agreement, so that's carried. And now we're on to the questions submitted online in advance. And Mr. Simpson, did we receive any questions from the public?
We have not received any questions from the public, nor have we had anyone request to participate in the meeting for question period.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the delegation, the CDC noise bylaw exemption, and Bill Lidster is in attendance. Thank you, Bill, for taking the time to come to explain things to us. And how did you want to proceed? Was there anything further you wanted to add?
No, not really. We did have one question from a resident around the area, and we responded back via email. And the concern is since the council meeting, Credit Valley we have opened some of our conservation areas for passive use only. So that just includes hiking along the trails, if somebody wanted to have a picnic within the 5-person gathering of the same household, we are allowing that, throwing a baseball around, kicking a soccer ball around. And so we've been going, this will be almost a couple of weeks now, and we've had great success. With the nice weather, we have been busy on the weekends, and at Island Lake specific, we have been managing people by the front gates, and when we reach to our parking lot capacity, we do close the gates and ask people to wait outside, and the flow of people have been really good. So again, further to the residents' question is that we will be adhering to the provincial guidelines for group gatherings, and right now it's 5. There is a little bit of a gray area when they opened up the sports fields in individual sports. And so that would include like yoga classes. Are they still allowed? If they maintain that 6 feet of separation, it sounds like they're allowed, but we are looking into that further, as well as the dance classes that I've applied for the noise bylaw exemptions, is that we have to work with them to make sure that the provincial direction allows for that sort of event.
Okay. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Martin?
Are your washroom facilities open, and what about your picnic tables?
So right now our washrooms are closed, and we haven't put out any picnic tables as of this time. So we're finding that people are going back to traditional way of picnicking, bringing out their blanket and having a picnic. So we're going to run with that status quo until stage 2, where we will put out some picnic tables.
Thank you.
Any other questions of councillors? Seeing none, we do have a motion that council approves the request by Credit Valley Conservation for exemption to noise bylaw 2004-16 for the following events: July 1st, 2020 Canada Day, June 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2020, every Thursday night, 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Creative work out, subject to the conditions set out in the bylaw enforcement officer's report dated April 8th, 2020. Do have a mover? Councillor Mantelo, you're moving. And second? Councillor Nix. Any further discussion?
I just have one question. Was CBC had requested for the fee to be waived in case we don't use the exemption?
And how have we dealt with it in the past, Mr. Early?
Council has waived the fee in the past with the noise exemptions.
Okay. And so should we be adding that to the actual motion?
I was just going to say, if you add it to the third part of that motion, that would be satisfactory.
Okay.
I think it's the third part. I don't have them in front of me. If that's council's wish.
Okay, so Councillor Mantelo, are you in favor of adding that to the motion, that the fee be waived?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, and Councillor Nix, are you fine with that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And so if there's any further discussion on the motion on the floor, so I'll call for the vote. Deputy Mayor, how do you vote?
Yes, and my apologies, I got knocked off and I had to log back in.
Yes, I saw that. So you knew that the motion as presented was being moved and seconded, but we've also added that the fee be waived.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Mantelo?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Martin?
Yes.
And Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that's carried.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good. So now we're on to the second item. Let's see. That is supposed to be for 9:30. How does council feel? Do you want to continue on with that item? Seeing no objections, we do have Scott Cafarella here. Hi, Scott. Thanks for attending. And this is regarding the plans for the picnic shelters, and we've had questions. So there was a report circulated on the rationale for the change in the actual siting. Did you want to add anything else, Scott?
Sure, I can just give a quick overview of our ask, just to recap from what Mr. Trotman gave in his memo. So thank you, Mary Ryan and members of council for inviting me to speak in support of the request for exemption to site plan control to build the 2 picnic shelters at Island Lake. So as our report indicated, these 2 open air unserviced structures are intended to enhance amenities for existing picnicking activities. We've located these structures in the main day use area of the conservation area, which includes an existing pavilion, ample parking, washrooms, and a newly constructed natural playground. Unlike the covered pavilion that was brought before council in 2018, these shelters are located twice as far from the lot line, so it's an increase from 90 meters to 165 meters. And CVC is confident that we have significantly decreased any potential noise impacts and are not proposing any change in visitor activities, only new facilities to improve visitor experience. We've also designated Site 6 picnic site, so that's the mown area that's closer to the lot line as a radio-free zone, and so far I've received no noise complaints about picnicking activities since making that policy change. We sized the pavilions appropriately for what we feel are group picnics and summer camps, so they accommodate 20 and 12 picnic tables respectively. Yeah, so I'd be happy to answer any other remaining questions from council.
Any members of council? Yes, Councillor Magdalo?
Thanks, Scott. The question of why the picnic shelters have an open air design was brought up because the previous plan was a closed-in building with, I think it was openings at either end. And you really haven't answered that, the why. You said why that picnic shelters are good things, and I understand that, but you seem to have changed your needs. Is that right?
Yeah, these 2 picnic shelters fulfill a different need than the enclosed pavilion would have. So that one could accommodate larger events, maybe receptions. So there would be a need to enclose them because we'd be extending the seasonal use of those pavilions, and also they would need noise control, like you mentioned. But these ones are really just shelter for shade and shelter from the rain. So they're intended to be open, so you're connected, have good visual sight lines to the natural playground, to your surroundings. They're really just meant to provide shelter for activities. And as I mentioned, because we're not changing the use, we already have picnics, and you can rent picnic spaces in the area we're building these anyway. So this is just to enhance those facilities, but it's a different intention than the covered pavilion, or the enclosed pavilion, sorry.
Councillor Magdalo?
I can continue. Do you have any plans for pursuing the covered pavilion that you presented in 2018?
That is subject to a new management plan, which we'd like to pursue soon. So that would be about a 2-year process. But we feel like because that's a more substantial size development, it really should go through the new management plan process to confirm that we've been doing all our proper public consultation, consulting with Mono and Orangeville councils, and have public input on that. So it'll be part of a more holistic vision that we'll be pursuing within the next 2 to 3 years.
It sounds to me like you still have that as a possible item to include at some future time. Given
Possible
that,
item. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
the management plan is sitting in the way a bit, but is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the siting of it may also be subject to change. So we wouldn't necessarily be pursuing Site 6. It would be, we'd have to evaluate our options through the management plan.
Well, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Scott, thank you. Just to confirm, when we were looking at the enclosed structure, it was located in Site 6, as I recall.
That's correct.
So we've essentially moved it to the other side of what I would describe as a hedgerow.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's a fairly wide hedgerow that separates the main Dave's area from that Site 6 area.
And is there any reason why Pavilion A and Pavilion B the locations couldn't be swapped, as Pavilion B is the larger of the two, and it would put it further away from the residents?
We prefer to have picnic Pavilion B where it's located because it's closer to a aggregate trail. It's closer to the washrooms, and it's also closer to the parking lot. So it's much more accessible to the public. So we prefer to have the larger one more accessible to all of those amenities.
And further to Scott's comments as well is that the larger pavilion will allow for 2 summer camps to go simultaneously. And it also helps with the natural playground and some other third-party events such as the Dawes of McNair Memorial Forest Service that, again, it's still up in the air because of the group gatherings, but the location accommodates the uses that we intend to use it for.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions of council members? Yeah, oh, Mr. Early.
Bill, it's not something you haven't heard before. Understand you're working through the new management plan for the park. As you're aware, I've been pushing for some form of site plan agreement for this property for a while so that we don't end up having to come to council every year or every second year to do exemptions, and setting aside development areas and parking areas all at once through a site plan, and possibly even dealing with noise restrictions, that sort of thing within an agreement. So just hope you'll give consideration to that moving forward, and hopefully that would allow for a lot of these issues to kind of resolve themselves through one approved site plan that the public and CVC and council are aware of. So
yeah, absolutely. That's our intent to go that route.
okay. Thank you.
So if there's no further questions, we have a motion that council receive the planning report titled Credit Valley Conservation Authority request to waive site plan control dated May 5th, 2020, and that council acknowledges the location of the 2 picnic pavilions as shown on map A dated March 20th, 2020, included in the planning justification report April 2020 prepared by CVC, and that council waives the requirement for site plan control and associated agreement as requested by CVC related to the 2 picnic pavilions proposed at Island Lake Conservation Area. Could I have someone move that? Councillor Mantelo? Did you want to move it? Your mic is off. So moved by Mantelo and seconded by Nix. And any further discussion? Call for the vote then. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Mantelo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that carries. So thank you very much, Scott and Bill, for attending, and enjoy this lovely weather.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Bye now.
Okay, so our next delegation is for 10 a.m. So we'll move on to unfinished business. The first item is the list of unfinished and deferred council business. Is there any adjustments or additions that you would like to make to this list, councillors? Councillor Mantalo? Your mic? Your mic? Okay.
All right, I don't have an addition or a removal, but I do have a question with respect to two of them.
Okay.
The fence bylaw, which was requested in November 19th, could we have an update on where that is? How far along are we in that?
So Mr. Early, who would like to deal with that?
Sorry, I saw Fred come on. I thought he was going to deal with it. So the fence bylaw straddles several departments. And so Fred has done a circulation through to planning as well as other staff. But I don't know the exact status. I don't know whether Fred or David have any comment on that.
All right.
Yeah, it's been circulated to staff, and I've had input and comments from most staff. And they just have to be compiled, put together, and it can come within the next couple of meetings. It's just been a matter of addressing other issues and concerns that have been higher priority, which is why it has not yet come to council.
Okay.
Thank you. That's good to hear, given that we're coming into the season of building fences. My second question is the status of the accessory building bylaw. Could we have an update on that?
So I've got a draft in preparation. I'm going to try and bring it forward to one of the council sessions in June, Councillor Mantalo. There was a report, well, before the COVID outbreak, of course, that provided sort of a matrix of standards that are in place in similar municipalities to Mono. And of course, it also reflected on the history of the amendment that put in place the provisions for rural accessory lot coverage provisions as well. So that will have to be taken into account.
Do you have an expected date or a date that you're shooting for?
I want to circulate it through staff first, get comment on it, and then bring it forward. So I don't know if it'll be the first in June, but probably the second one.
All right, thank you. And my final question with respect to the list, Your Honor, is with respect to the fill bylaw, I believe that the next step on that is a stakeholders meeting. Given the issues of COVID-19 restrictions, I think that we should try and get a grip on how we're going to have a stakeholders meeting. This virtual meetings may carry on for a significant length of time, and I think that we need to have establish a process where we could have a stakeholders meeting, particularly with respect to pursuing the bill bylaw.
We probably will be dealing with that under unfinished business item 3. Because that's part of the discussion with the report. Do you have anything else to add, Mr. Early?
No, I think Deputy Mayor Krillman had a question.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, with regard to the procurement bylaw review, there's doesn't appear to be an action required segment to that. So where are we in that process?
We've assembled various procurement bylaws from other municipalities, counties, and regions. So we're trying to sort out what's the most appropriate one to bring forward for council at this time.
Okay. And Do we have an estimated time of arrival on that? Sometime in June, possibly?
Les is coordinating that. I don't know what his timing is in terms of what he's looking at.
Okay, and tied in.
Rather than later, that Les is there.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say June might be a bit early. We're possibly looking at into July.
Okay, I'm just concerned that it not be near the end of July as opposed to the beginning. And I noticed that the RFP for professional services has been, the motion was withdrawn with the expectation of it being readdressed in July. So maybe the two could be dealt with together, because how we redraft our procurement bylaw for services will have a bearing on the RFP process going ahead.
Fair enough. Yep.
Any other questions or items of clarification for this? Seeing none, then we'll move on to item 2, draft amendments to procedure bylaw, electronic participation. And we have a report from Mr. Simpson. Did you want to add anything else to this report, Mr. Simpson?
So I attempted to review similar bylaws by other municipalities and found very few that have already gone down this road. I did work with county staff, though, on this. Mayor Ryan, Deputy Mayor Krillman, you'll see very similar bylaws coming to County Council later this week, as we have rationalized them so that they're basically the same at both levels.
Okay. Any questions regarding this report? Councillor Maitlo?
Is there a difference between the way we run a electronic meeting if we're under emergency declaration and are not under emergency declaration?
Yes, there is. Under the emergency declaration, you can have a quorum of council meeting by electronic participation, like we're doing right here today. In non-emergency, a quorum must still be physically maintained in council chambers or wherever the meeting is being held. So you can only have, in our case, a maximum of 2 members participating electronically in a non-emergency measure. Also, we cannot have an in-camera session. Those members participating electronically cannot participate in any closed session.
So if I understand it right, the proposed amendment here today is for a electronic participation in a non-emergency session.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, I read it a number of times trying to figure if that's what it meant, and maybe that should be included in there for greater clarification.
Well, we do have the section that has been added to the procedure bylaw. Section 9 is what we added on March 31st, which specifically addresses during periods of emergency. So this, as part of as is the rest of the bylaw, covers at all times. And then we have, so that's why it's not addressed in this section, because section 9 specifically addresses during an emergency.
Yeah, all right, I understand that. So within the full context, it doesn't need to have that stated. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Nix, did you have a question?
Fred addressed it in his second point. I just was going to say that struck me as the big difference, that we couldn't have a member in a non-emergency situation participating electronically in an in-camera session. But Fred's already addressed that.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
I was going to say that the expectation, hopefully, is that the province will clean this up once the emergency is over, and will adopt the more flexible approach that we've been utilizing during the time of the emergency as the go-forward vehicle for electronic meetings. the county was of the view that we should, lend our voice to encouraging the province to do just that. But this will at least give us a little bit of flexibility if up to 2 members of council can't attend for whatever reason. I don't anticipate it's going to be used very often, but at least we'll have the option of being able to do it.
Okay, so we have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to amend bylaw 2013-18 Town of Molo Procedure Bylaw that be signed by the mayor and the clerk for the Town of Molo, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have a mover? Moved by Creelman and seconded by Martin. And is there any further discussion? Call for the vote then. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
And Councillor Mantelo, Councillor Martin,
Yes.
Councillor Nix.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that carries. Okay, so as requested under item number 3, the Burnside invoices related to preparation of fill bylaw. And because I have declared a conflict, I will need to pass the gavel to Deputy Mayor. And then when we,
Okay.
okay, so when you finish the discussion on the invoices, then if you can pass it back.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark or Les, do you have any comment on the issue of the invoices? I see they're really broken into 2 segments.
I think they were broken into 3, right? They were broken into the director's manual. It was broken into the preparation of the bylaw itself, and it was broken into the report, the explanation report that I had specifically asked for council and the public to explain all of the various issues. And I don't have a concern with it. I think the cost for the preparation of the director's guidelines was more or less in line with what council had budgeted. I think it was 4,100, I think is what they said they had spent, and we had budgeted within the budget 3,500 for that work. So.
And are there any more invoices outstanding on the activities to date?
There'll be invoices coming forward for the work to complete it, to do the work to assemble the comments from the various public.
Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, I pass the gavel back to the mayor. Oh, Ralph?
I don't have a question about the invoice, but Mayor Ryan's requested that we discuss how we, my request that we have a plan for a stakeholders meeting. And
that was the second part of my report, Councillor Mantelo. I should have separated them. I didn't mean to confuse the 2 issues. So that was the second part of my report, and I think that's why the mayor is waiting to come back to discuss the second part of that.
That's fine, thank you.
Mayor Ryan?
Yes, I'm back. Okay, thank you very much. So now the second part of your report, Mr. Early, is there anything that you wanted to add to how you see this progressing?
Again, it was the same issue that Councillor Mantelo had made. This all came forward, I think, probably a week before the COVID-19 really started to shut things down. So Mr. Walls has not had an opportunity to convene an in-person meeting with the stakeholders. Again, I'm suggesting that he provide a copy of all of his documents to the 6 or 7 people that have expressed an interest to date on the fill bylaw and asked for written comments back, assemble them, and move forward.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I'm curious as to whether or not Mr. Wales is going to put forward some options that we talked about in council. The main one, the most significant one, I think, was raised by Councillor Mantelo, and that is whether we really want to allow imported fill from outside of Dufferin County at all. And I think that is something that is worthy of pursuit and possibly incorporation into any future bylaw.
Okay. Councillor Mantelo, did you have something?
I did, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, Deputy Mayor Crillon. I think that it's a germane to the whole discussion about fill. The suggestion of Mr. Early seems to me to be appropriate, but I think that it should be, as much as we can, it should be made known to the community that we're looking at the fill bylaw for the last time, and if anybody else has input, that in addition to the 6 or 7 people who've been particularly involved, that anybody else who considers himself a stakeholder should be able to respond. And I would like to see a recommendation to Mr. Wells about timelines that we move on this before we get it lost in the middle of the summer. Thank you.
Mr. Early, is there anything that you can do in terms of sending information to Mr. Walls regarding the source of the fill as per question, and also is it suitable to be on the website in some fashion to make sure that all stakeholders are aware?
Yep, I was going to suggest that we could add that to the hot topics list, similar to the community standards bylaw. Hopefully it doesn't get lost, and I can reflect those comments back to Mr. Walls. Council recall that's where we started in 2012 with the staff bylaw that restricted fill to a small amount only for locally generated fill. So.
Okay. So we do have a prepared motion that the town engineer be directed to finalize the site alteration and movement of fill bylaw following consultation with stakeholders. Is anyone interested in moving that motion?
Here.
Okay, Councillor Mantelo, and seconded by Councillor Martin. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Deputy Mayor, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Mantelo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so we have, that's carried. And moving on to item number 4, Orangeville Highland Phase 2 Hansen Development Update. And from my understanding, Mr. Early told me that the development has been approved by council to go forward to the next stages. Was there any questions or comments from council on this? Mr. Early.
Just for clarification, what I think Orangeville Council has done is to agree to file a submission at the LPAT generally in support of the development.
Okay, thank you. And any other comments from councillors? Deputy Mayor?
Well, I'd just like to once again express my extreme disappointment that the issues and concerns raised by citizens both of Mono and Orangeville were not adequately addressed in my view, and certainly their view. They raised some very, very good points about the impact of this development, the size of the development, how it's going to exacerbate flooding, potentially flooding in the area. We had concerns about a trail that Orangeville persists in indicating on its mapping that we have no interest in having opened up into the Starview area. The Credit Valley Conservation Authority, everyone has wondered where their report was or where their comments were. And I see in our planner's report, there's a letter dated January 30th that comes as close as I've ever seen to a full blown point-by-point addressing by the CVC of the development proposal. Yet this letter is emerging now for the first time, at least as far as I know. And again, residents have been clamoring for that information, and we're not getting it apart from passing references in the town's staff report to CVC comments and passing references in the developers' materials to how they've addressed CVC issues. So all around, I'm disappointed. I think this is going to have a deleterious effect both for our residents who live on the boundary of it, and indeed, it's not a helpful addition to a healthy tax base for the town of Orangeville in terms of increasing the ratio of residential and non-residential assessment. But I don't want to tell Orangeville how to do its business, but I think we could have been treated far better in this. And there have been letters after letters sent to the town that have gone unresponded to, and I think that's unfortunate.
Councillor Nix?
Yeah, I don't want to disagree with the deputy mayor, but there is one point that I think should be brought out. John, I have no idea why we didn't get that CVC letter dated in January. However, having said that, I've had some people on Starview contact me and complain that these studies weren't peer reviewed like the traffic study was. But what I think, and what I've tried to explain to them, and what I think is missed by the public and maybe us, is we have conservation authorities to in effect be, in most cases, not all, are peer review agencies. So when a developer hires consultants to go out and do some studies, in most cases, our conservation authorities have the technical staff to look at those studies and decide whether they're good, bad, or whether there should be conditions imposed. And CBC has put a lot of conditions in their comments and has charged the developer, what, $6,000 in fees. So at least in terms of surface water and groundwater, I'm fairly confident that the CBC knows what it's doing. And whether or not I like the development, which is another question, and again, as John said, it's not my municipality, so I have to be a little careful with that comment, but whether or not I like the development, I'm fairly confident that CBC is safeguarding both Mono and Orangeville's interests when it comes to groundwater and surface water. They have said, I forget the exact number, John, your memory may be better than mine, that the infiltration rate after this development goes ahead will be, what do they say, within 5% of what it is pre-development, which is pretty good. Some of their conditions are requiring a bunch of low-impact development things, i.e., where you give water a chance to infiltrate back to the ground. No one's seen the plans for the stormwater management pond yet, but I'm sure that it should adequately address any issues about flooding. So John, not that I'm disagreeing with what you said, and you're right, I don't know why we weren't given that letter a long time ago, but I think the public and the town of Mono should have faith that our conservation authorities are safeguarding our interest, at least when it comes to groundwater, surface water, and to some extent, natural heritage features.
Deputy Mayor?
Fred, don't get me wrong. I see nothing wrong with the CVC's letter or the requirements that they have set out. I just find it passing strange that this letter is now just emerging and that it was not, to the best of my knowledge, posted on the town of Orangeville's website with all of the other Hansen development materials. And people have been asking for it. We have been asking for it. David has been asking for it. And then all of a sudden it appears. I just find that passing strange. But as to the role of the CBC or the content or quality of their letter, I have no issue.
Councillor Martin?
I'm terribly disappointed that things that were brought up by particularly Starview, but many people in Orangeville were not happy with the type of development that was going to be going in there. I'm not going to argue with CBC if they think that the water is protected. They are the people who are the experts. Traffic, I think, is a totally different thing. I think the pressure for people to get out of Starview is going to be enormous. I think that's a terrible intersection right there, and it's going to cause, I'm predicting, a great number of hardships for that. And I am kind of disappointed that none of the people who had very valid reasons for looking into this were never really taken seriously. I'm quite disappointed in that. There is the one thing, Deputy Mayor Creelman mentioned, the trail that is going to be hooked up to Starview right at Brucedale. And I would say that that is one thing that we have control over that spot. And I would like us to consider the closing of that entrance from the subject property to Brucedale. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, Councillor Maichtelo?
Mr. Dunmore and I had a pretty good conversation with Orangeville about the trail system that was connecting to the trail system that goes into Menora Park, and I think there's pretty good desire to make this work effectively, and I'll continue to speak to our appropriate people at Orangeville about this. I recognize the concern that our Starview people had, and I think we came up with a pretty good option, and that can be pursued.
Yes, I'd like to see us have some memorandum of understanding with the town of Orangeville regarding if that linkage is going to be formalized. Then I think we need to have an agreement as to maintenance, access points, level of standard in terms of whether or not they are expecting to pave, gravel, what kind of thing that they're thinking of doing. As much as it's an informal trail, but you know, we don't know what their expectations are because they've never responded back to us with anything regarding this development. So hopefully we can get some answers as they continue on with their site plan, etc. So with that, we do have a motion that Council receives the planning report from the Director of Planning titled Orangeville Highland Phase 2 and the Town of Orangeville LPAT case number PL 171189 dated May 21st, 2020. We have a mover. Moved by Nix and seconded by Creelman. Any further discussion? Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Maichtelo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
And I'm in favor, so it's carried. Okay, so now we come to the time for our 10 a.m. delegation. And we have Tina Chitsinde. I'm sorry, Tina, if I've mispronounced your name. This is the water rate study update.
Madam Mayor, I think Dave Trotman had something he wanted to.
Yep. Okay, so Mr. Trotman.
Yeah, briefly, Mayor Ryan and Deputy Mayor Creelman. I have requested the active transportation plan, which shows as well as vehicular traffic matters related to this Orangeville Highland Phase 2, but also foot traffic. So once I have that active transportation plan in place, if it reflects any proposed pathway layout through the block 28, which is the natural heritage block on that property, then I can forward it on to council.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Luca, you provided us with the report regarding the 2020 water financial plan. Would you like to kick this off?
Thank you, Mayor Laura Ryan. We hired Watsons and Associates to do like a stopgap water financial study. The original plan, as I mentioned in my memo, was by this time it was hoped that the Brookfield sewer plant would have been assumed and a joint water rate study for a 5-year period, and the sewer rate study would be done together. Obviously, the plant is not assumed. To meet our requirements for MOE for our permit to take water, we're just doing a 1-year extension, and hopefully next year we'll be able to do the whole complete study. Online, we have Andrew Grunda, and he'll walk council through the financial study that his firm has prepared.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Andrew.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be before council. So just following up on Les's introduction, we prepared a brief presentation summarizing the financial plan report that we prepared. And so as was mentioned by Les, the requirements under the Safe Drinking Water Act is that at least every 5 years, municipalities have to submit a financial plan as part of their municipal drinking water license application requirement for the province. And so the town's application is due to be submitted on June 3rd. So what we've been retained to do is basically to take the plan that was prepared back in 2015, modify that so it fits the forecast timing requirements of the province's submission to be able to make sure that the town can maintain its municipal drinking water license. And so to explain how we've gone about doing that, so under the municipal drinking water license, the application has 5 components that are required to be met. As you can see, the purpose of this discussion today is with respect to the water financial plan component, which forms one of those 5 parts that must be included in that submission for June 3rd. Under that financial plan, it's governed by Ontario Regulation 45307 that says that the water plan has to be prepared for the water system. It's encouraged to be also provided for wastewater, but mandatory for water services. As I mentioned earlier, these have a 5-year requirement to be submitted in the application renewal, and that the forecast that has to be included in that document has to span at least 6 years. And so that's the reason why we've been retained to update that plan, because the plan that you had approved in 2015 only looked out to the period of 2024. And so what you'll see in our report is that we've expanded beyond 2024 out to 2029, just so that it makes sure that it meets that minimum intent of 6 years of forecasting. What you'll also notice is that the requirements under OREG 453 is that it differs in its form and presentation as to what you would have seen in your 2014 rate study analysis. And the reason for that is when you're undertaking a rate study, generally the form that's prepared in is referred to as a modified cash basis, which is the same way the municipality budgets. And so the primary concern there is looking at our annual water operating budget. Are our rates sufficient to meet those requirements, and what should those rates be over the longer term to make sure that those needs and expenses can be met? The presentation for the regulatory requirement is that it be prepared on a full accrual basis, which is the basis in which your financial statements are performed. So it doesn't address rates specifically. It just looks at the revenues generated from that and whether those are sufficient to sustain the financial operations of your water system. So what you'll see in that presentation and how it differs most notably is that it has contained in those statements a large amount of information that relates to non-financial assets. So typically your tangible capital assets, whether those are tangible capital assets that you're looking to incur over the forecast period, or those that you already retain that are on your balance sheet. So the presentation is a bit different, but it speaks to the same financial needs. And so when we compare those, this table is showing you the difference between what's referred to as this modified cash basis that is reflected in your 2014 rate study, and the full accrual basis that's represented in the 2015 financial plan that we've also used in this 2020 update to your financial plan. And so you'll see the difference being distinctly between the treatment of tangible capital assets, that in a rate study, we're mostly concerned with what do we need to fund going forward, as we would in a capital budget for a capital project, where the full accrual analysis is looking more at what is the depreciated value of the assets that you currently have in service today. Also, there's differences in treatment for principal and interest costs, also with respect to transfers to reserves and where those are represented in the financial statements as compared to your operating budget. And then lastly, the treatment of development charges, where, from a rate study perspective, we're concerned about whether reserve funds are sufficient to meet DC obligations, but that under the OREG, it looks at it as a deferred revenue, mostly concerned with applying those revenues at the time the expenditure occurs. So that's a lot of accounting distinctions, but generally just wanted to highlight that why the plan looks a bit different than the rate study does. So as I mentioned in the introduction, and this isn't atypical for what we see from some of our other municipal clients, is that they have a financial plan that was approved previously that's due to be updated. They may or may not have completed their rate study as of yet to meet with the new forecast period. And so in some cases, what municipalities are doing is they're just extending their prior financial plan to meet the forecast period on the basis of that prior rate study. So as I've mentioned, the town prepared a rate study back in 2014 that looked to a forecast of 2024, and that informed your rate study, your financial plan in 2015 that was submitted to the province. So inherent in that plan was that the municipality currently has a water rate structure that has a monthly flat rate component and a component that's charged based on the amount of water consumed, which we call the consumptive component. In that 2014 rate study and the financial plan, what was proposed by council underlying that plan was that flat rate would stay constant, and the consumptive charge would increase at 2% or roughly inflationary levels. So not to step in place of that intent of council, and recognizing that we need to extend this forecast out to 2029, what we've done is we've just simply maintained that same assumption that the flat rate would remain unchanged beyond 2024, that the consumptive rate would continue to increase at 2% or inflationary levels, and just extrapolate that financial plan so that it can be reported on. The other adjustment that we made is we updated it to make sure that it reflected the town's recent 2020 budget as well. So that's reflected in here as well. So with that extrapolation, what we'll see, so if we first look at, well, what does this mean, a modified cash basis? This table is summarizing what you would commonly see in that rate study. So what does that mean in terms of our amount of capital expenditures and operating expenditures? And what does that mean to the sustainability of our water reserves? So again, on the underlying premise that the rate forecast to 2024 would be maintained, and beyond 2024, only the consumptive component would be increased at 2% a year. What that would do is that would provide, as you can see in the bottom table, annual water revenues of $675,000 today, increasing to about $817,000 by 2030. That would be sufficient revenue to fully satisfy the operating cost of the system, which has been updated for your 2020 budget and includes inflation. It would also allow you to contribute $100,000 to $117,000 a year to capital funding obligations. And so what you'll see is that those funds are then contributed into the reserve fund, which is the table in the middle. What we see is that balance at the beginning of 2020 was about $2.8 million, with those annual contributions and corresponding draws based on the capital plan over the period, that balance would increase to about 3.1 million by 2030, principally due to those contributions and the accumulated interest earnings on that remaining balance. And so, as you can see in the top table, what that then shows is that the annual capital funding needs, ranging from about 119,000 in 2021 to 142,000 by 2030, would be able to be accommodated in that reserve, and that reserve would be increasing gradually over time. What I would point out in that top table is that the capital spending in 2020 is quite different from that annually over the forecast period. That seems to be largely reflective of one large project where there was external funding provided that doesn't impact the rates, more of a flow through for that project. So in the financial plan presentation of that, which you'll see in our report summarized in Chapter 4, we've included the 4 statements that are required, which are summarized here. The statement of financial position, the statement of operations, the statement of changes in net financial assets or debt for the water services, and the statement of cash flows. To walk through each of these generally, the first statement, the statement of financial position, provides us with the difference between the financial assets and liabilities of the water system and whether those assets would be sufficient to fund future revenue requirements. And so where the financial assets are greater than the liabilities, that implies that the system has sufficient resources to fund future operations. What we see is that those net financial assets today at about 2.8 million will increase to about 3.2 million by 2029, an increase of about $1.2 million over the forecast period. And largely what you can see is that's going to be reflected in an increase in your overall tangible capital assets. So meaning that you're going to place more capital over the forecast period than will be depreciated over that 10-year forecast, adding about $835,000 in additional cumulative surplus. The second statement of operations, is again looking at the annual revenues and expenditures for water, again to make sure that they are sufficient to fund those annual obligations. What we see is that again the accumulated surplus above would be generated from those operations. And then the expense to revenue ratio provides us with an indication that in 2020, because of that large one-time grant, the expenditures represent about 30% of revenues. Obviously, that's a bit anomalous based on that one-time funding. By 2029, expenditures are going to slightly exceed annual operating revenues of by about 6%. And generally what that's reflective of is the amortization costs of the assets relative to the underlying assumptions in your 2014 study. So what that indicates to us is that when this study is revisited, as Les mentioned, next year, that might put some slight upward pressure on the 2% increase in the variable component of the charge. However, that needs a bit more fullness of assessment because you need to also consider what's happening in terms of demands. Has your growth exceeded what was expected before? What's happening with the demand profile in terms of water consumption of those customers as well. The third statement, the change in net financial assets, provides an indication of whether revenues, again, are sufficient to recover not only operating costs, but also the non-financial assets, principally the tangible capital assets, and explains the difference between the annual surplus and that change in financial assets over the forecast period. As we can see, the forecast annual surplus exceeds tangible asset acquisitions over the period, which is evidenced by the increase in the ratio of the accumulated surplus relative to the accumulated tangible capital asset amortization, increasing from about 1.03 to 1.12. And then finally, the statement of cash flows just explains how the water system is expected to generate and use cash over the period. And what this shows is that cash from operations will be sufficient to fund capital needs as projected over the period of 2029, as well as to build reserves, adding about 350,000 in additional cash and cash equivalents. So in general, what this shows, just as the rate study shows, is that based on the underlying increases in 2014 being maintained, that the system would be sustainable over the period of 2029 and reflected in that financial plan. So with that summary, then the next steps would be for council to approve the water financial plan that was submitted on May 19th. That financial plan be advertised as required under the OREG. That financial plan be submitted to Municipal Affairs and Housing, and that also this resolution of council approving that plan also be submitted to the province to comply with the requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act. And so that concludes my presentation. If there's any comments or questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Thank you, Andrew. That's very thorough overview. So is anyone, I see we've got a couple. There's Councillor Nix.
Yeah, I have to admit, I appreciate the plan. I'm still not clear in your report where you say that the regulation requires us to do these things on a full accrual basis, that we're going ahead and submitting something that's done on a modified cash basis. Maybe it isn't worth explaining that to me, but I guess when I read the report, I thought, we're required to do this on a full accrual basis, and yet we're submitting a plan that it isn't. If it's a long, detailed explanation, just leave it, but maybe less someday will explain that point to me, but I missed it.
No, and the explanation is relatively short, and maybe I just haven't been very clear. So it's just to say that your rate study is prepared on this modified cash basis.
Yeah.
What we've done, because that is generally the report that council understands best because it aligns with your budget and your rate bylaw, we've taken that plan and we've converted it to a full accrual presentation. And that is the form that you see in that report that we've submitted. That'll be submitted to the province. So it is a full accrual presentation as required under the regulation. But just to explain to council, that presentation is based on your rate study.
Okay, really simple-minded question. If we have the financial plan done all out on a full accrual basis, can you develop rates from that financial plan? And if so, would they be different than the rates we have now?
Yeah, the only difference is that in that financial plan, it doesn't concern itself with the rate itself. It just has what we expect the revenues to be from those rates, right?
So the revenues have become rates. I mean,
yeah, exactly. So the assumption we're making, first of all, is that the forecast of customers on your system and the amount of water that those customers consume back in 2015 is still reasonable going forward, right? So we would, to answer your question maybe a bit clearer, we can develop, this will be informative in your rate study. The one piece that we would want to look at would be, what is your current number of customers on the system? How much water are they consuming per customer compared to what they were consuming in the study assumptions in 2014? And does that need to be modified? Because if you've grown faster and you have more customers and they are in aggregate consuming more water, then that would suggest you don't need as high a rate increase as maybe you are forecasting. But if it's the inverse, then you might need higher increases.
Your worship, can I just do a follow-up question?
Yep.
Kind of complicated. When I was canvassing in Brookfield for the last election, now this is a complicated question because they would hit me with, they claim our water rates are too high, but when they say that, they mean their water and sewage rates. And I know you're only dealing with water, right? But just separating out our water rates, are the water rates that we now charge in Mono, are they high in comparison to other municipalities?
I apologize, I haven't had a chance to look at that. But in looking at the information that I have available to me, if you just give me a minute here. Yeah, so based on the current rates that you have imposed today for water anyway, they don't appear to be high relative to what we've seen in other municipalities. So we've just recently completed this work in Orangeville, in Grand Valley, as well as Amaranth and East Garifraxa. And those rates don't appear to be out of line with what we've seen in those other municipalities by comparison.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Andrew. When we too, at the time, was described as an inverse rate regime. In other words, the more water you consumed, the higher per volume unit you paid. It was in the late 1990s, and we were one of only 5% of municipalities in Canada that adopted that scheme. You've described it somewhat differently in as much as it's a flat rate, and then there is a consumption component that presumably follows the philosophy of inverse rate. In other words, for every block of water that you use over and above the basic, you're being charged more. Is that correct?
Yes, and so what you have is a fairly common rate structure in that it has two components, right? It has a flat monthly charge per customer, and then it has a consumptive component based on the amount of water that's being consumed, right? So that's fairly common.
Okay.
What you also have, though, is that consumptive charge is referred to as an increasing block charge, which means as you consume more and you move through certain thresholds of consumption, that rate increases. And so that increasing block rate is to promote conservation.
Yes, and that was the purpose of the original scheme. Can you tell us, and this is more for the benefit of anyone watching, can you tell us what the basic rate is, and then how many steps we have going forward beyond that?
Sure. So I have. Can you still see on my screen this table that I have presented?
Very hard, very hard. I just wanted it verbalized.
Sure. So what this is basically showing is from the rate study in 2014, that flat rate per customer, roughly $5 a month, and then the consumptive rate per consumption interval. So consuming between 1 to 350 cubic meters per year would be charged $220 per cubic meter. And then as it increases through these intervals, we see that those rates are now increasing over that period. And so the rate structure has done quite an extensive job in terms of having multiple intervals and that increasing rate.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't adjusted the flat rate since 2015. but we've been increasing the variable rates by 2% per year.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there any other questions of Andrew? Seeing none then, thank you very much, Andrew. We have a motion that council approves the 2020 water financial plan prepared by Watson and Associate Economics Limited, dated May 19th, 2020. Could I have a mover? Moved by Nix and seconded by Martin. Any further discussion? Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Martelo,
Yes.
Councillor Martin,
Yes.
Councillor Nix,
Yes.
and I am in agreement. That's carried. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, question of councillors, do you want to take a 5-minute recess? I'm not sure. It's yes, yes, no, yes. So we'll take 5 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 10:30.
Good.
Okay. stops. Andrew, do you need to start the engine up again? Okay. So we just have to try and figure out how to yell at Ralph.
I can hear
Okay. Okay, so we'll continue on with bylaws, correspondence, new business, additions to the agenda. Item 1 is the proposed amendment to the Ontario Highway Traffic Act regulation regarding off-road vehicles. And I think Mr. Simpson provided us with a fairly extensive overview. Is there any questions of council members, Mr. Simpson? Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, there's been some back and forth on this, and I'm of the view that rather than simply prohibiting these vehicles on our roads, that we should have an exemption that deals with farm purposes or road maintenance issues such as snow plowing on adjacent properties that are owned by the same individual. And I don't know whether I have any support for that, but I'll give an example here. If there's 100 acres and there's a severance off the 100 acres, but it's still owned by the same individual, where is the harm in going from one driveway to another for purposes of snow clearing?
Mr. Simpson, did you have any comments regarding the question?
No, I think if we're going to draft the bylaw, then we have to take into account all of these different provisions and have a clear understanding from council on what it is that they are trying to regulate and, or more specifically, what kind of exemptions they'd like to see in the bylaw. So this sort of discussion will be very helpful in crafting that bylaw.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Nix?
Yeah, I would support the exemptions that John is talking about, but I had another question for Fred Simpson. You're going to draft this bylaw to regulate or prohibit ATVs on town roads. What about road allowances? I'm particularly concerned with that because in a number of places, road allowances are used either by hikers or bikers, or in some cases, the Bruce Trail has a trail on road allowances. And we do, on occasion, have difficulties with ATVs. A good example of the fifth line going north from the Hocking Road. Now, we've got a gate there at the end of the road where the road allowance starts. We've had trouble keeping that gate closed, and I don't know that it's ATV people doing it, but someone's lifting or opening the gate. Is the bylaw going to prohibit ATVs on town road allowances?
Well, I'll have to do further research on that as to whether a road allowance comes under a municipal road or if it better falls under municipal land. So at this point, I can't actually give you an answer.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Martin, did you have a question?
I guess I should know this, but I don't. Does Mono have any bylaws regarding snowmobiles on Mono roads? Often in towns, if there's a severe snowstorm or whatever, then they're allowed to be on the streets and things like that. But do we have something for that? I know I'm not crazy about ATVs being up and down our roads, that it becomes something. We have enough issues with motorcycles. If this becomes a thing that people do all the time, I'm pretty upset about that. But anyway, back to the snowmobiles. Do we have some kind of a regulation about that?
I have to confer with the CAO. I'm not aware of any regulations specific to snowmobiles. This particular amendment to the legislation and the regulations bring ATVs more in line with the way snowmobiles are handled, in that they have greater freedom to use roads in order to get from one area where there are off-road trails to another area and get there by using municipal or other roads. That's the purpose of this legislation from the province's point of view. How that, relates with snowmobiles, again, we haven't done the research yet to come up with all of these answers.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Fred, is there any indication how the county is going to view its roads? It strikes me that we should be in sync with what they're planning, or be persuasive enough to convince them that our exemptions are appropriate, because we do have a mixture of county and mono roads. The other question I have is, if we do nothing, do we default to a situation where it's open season?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, that's the way the regulation is written. If we do nothing, then ATVs and a wide selection of other off-road vehicles are now permitted by default to use municipal roads. So an inverse of the current situation, where they are banned unless a municipality gives permission. This inverses that and makes them legal on roads.
So time is of the essence then, so that we don't have a period between regulation and no regulation whatsoever, and then some regulation. And just to recoup on my exemptions, I'm talking about short distances, adjacent properties, farm use, and maintenance activity. I'm not thinking of situations where one is using one's ATV to go 3 kilometers to another property that you may happen to own. I'm talking about adjacent properties.
Now, one of the difficulties that we're going to have with drafting this bylaw in advance is we've been giving the notice that the regulation is coming and asked for comments closing today. And we've received a summary of the regulation provided by the province, but not the regulation. So I haven't actually seen the regulation yet, only the summary about the regulation. So, and as we know, the details are going to be in that regulation. So I'm not sure, it's up to the province on what lead time they give on publishing the regulation after receiving the comments for the last 12 days and publishing the actual regulation, when that regulation is going to take effect. And if it's a very short fuse, there may be an intervening time where our bylaws not in effect yet, because we just haven't had a chance to draft and review it.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Early?
Just to go to Councillor Martin's question, no, we don't have any bylaws respecting snowmobiles. They are governed by I think it's the Winterized Snow Vehicle Act under MTO and the roadways. They've got specific requirements for speed limits on roadways and where they should be proceeding along roadways, but no, we do not have anything specific.
Okay. Well, I know when I first got on council, this issue came forward, and at that time it was it was of concern. There were a lot of ATVs, all-terrains out on the road, so we were not in favor of having them. Now, there are some other lower tier municipalities in the county that do allow them. I would prefer that we continue on the same path as we have, and we've always allowed for farm use. I don't know, because I know there's some particular farms that are not contiguous, especially the way the leasing rental properties that the large operations have. So there may be a requirement for example, from my road on the 7th across 30th to maybe the 5th line or the 4th line, because they have cattle that they've got to visit, et cetera, to make sure that they've got their needs. So, but I do think it's important that the farming community still is able to maintain those that form of access instead of having large machinery doing a vehicle. So I think we should consider getting a draft in place so that we are going to be ready, and there won't be that much of a delay in our response. Councillor Magdalo?
Now he turns it off.
Yeah, I'm aware of both the concerns that both you and John have. And I agree that it does need to allow farm use, and it does need to allow farm use to more than just an adjacent property. Nobody's said it here, but I presume that the concern is that it's a safety issue. And I have that issue too. I'm on the 7th line south, and occasionally we'll have an ATV which was roaring along, and I think that they just don't have the safety features that your pickup truck or other things have. I also think, Laura, that if somebody's going to go from the 7th line over to the 4th or the 5th, they're probably going to take their pickup truck, and that's the normal sort of farm vehicle as well. My other final comment is that when we do have this draft, it would be nice to make it particularly well known. I don't know whether we can do that very easily, but I notated on our website that this is up for commentary, as there may be some wish from many people in the rural community to get some input. Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no further discussion, we do have a motion that council directs staff to prepare a bylaw restricting all terrain vehicles and off-road vehicles from operating on town roads in anticipation of the, what is that word, Fred? Promulgation of the proposed amendment? What's that?
It's the promulgation.
Promulgation, all right, of the proposed amendment to the Ontario Highway Traffic Act Regulation 31603. Could I have a mover? Moved by Martin and seconded by Magdalo. And any further discussion? Call for the vote then. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Magdalo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Dix?
Yes.
Okay, so that carries. And now we're on to Schedule A. So starting with Councillor Nix, did you have anything that you had on Schedule A you'd like to comment on?
My God. Just let me get my mic on. I would be interested in hearing John explain a few things about the provincial offense POA report. I've never seen one of these before. What struck me in reading it is that in the county of Dufferin, so ballpark, if you look at the total fines collected and the total paid out to municipalities, it's about 50%. I don't know how that compares with other regions. That was one thought I had. But the second one that really struck me was when I look at the figures of how much money was paid to the various Dufferin municipalities. Mono is by far gets the largest share. I assume that's because we've got Highway 10 and Airport Road, is it? And then my last comment, John, would be in looking at it, yeah, I can see it shows the total fines collected, but it doesn't tell us how many fines were levied that were not collected. You can't get that out of that report. So, Your Worship, if maybe when it's John's turn, I wouldn't mind hearing a bit from John about that report.
Well, you can do that now if you'd like, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. First of all, it's good news to the extent that we're up to $200,000 in realized fine revenue, which is quite an increase over the previous year. The second thing is that the cost of administration ranges from 50 to 56%. I always thought that that was a very high amount until we bought the consultant in, who confirmed that, in fact, it's actually pretty good by comparison to some other municipalities where the cost of administration is even higher. And that was Mr. Barry Randall's conclusion. Third thing is that the system is unsustainable without any increase in fines over the past 30 years. So we could, in fact, be a whole lot better if, in fact, the fines for basic speeding and other infractions of the Highway Traffic Act were increased, and hopefully that will happen at some point. And as to why we have the highest revenue, that is a function of a decision made in 1998 when we assumed responsibility for POA, and over much objection from the county, the local municipalities made the determination, came to the determination that fine revenue should flow to local municipalities based on where the infractions occur. And yes, indeed, we were thinking of Highway 10, Highway 9, Highway 89, and airport roads. So we are the beneficiaries of that decision.
And there was one other question, John, which is, from reading that report, I can't get any sense of what proportion of the fines we are collecting.
Yes, and that's a really, really good point. I forget what Barry Randall found out what the amount was for the entire county, and it's something in the range of, I think it's approaching $1 million in unpaid fines. Provincially, it's well over $1 billion in unpaid fines. And one of his recommendations was that we take greater steps to collect as many of the unpaid fines as possible. And just before COVID struck, Town of Caledon was going to put a person in place who had no other responsibility than to follow up on unpaid fines. So Mr. Randall was of the view that could realize somewhere in the range of $120,000 extra dollars a year, more than offsetting the cost of hiring somebody.
Okay. So, Fred, did you have anything else that you had on Schedule A? Okay, so Sharon, do you have anything on Schedule A?
No, I don't. That was well answered. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Mangelo, do you have anything on Schedule A?
Yes, just a comment, Your Honor, on the Rosemont Fire Board. We started to do some educational sessions at the board meetings, so that the idea is that the board members understand a little bit more about what is involved in being a firefighter. We had the first one was equipment, and we saw the new truck, got into it, explained things to us a little bit. We had a session at the last meeting, which is minuted there, on education and explaining the educational process that goes on. And this was highlighted by the fact that we recently had a major recruitment, and we have 10 new recruits that have completed level 2, firefighter level 2 training, which allows them to take part in fire calls. And this is, of course, an important thing when it's a volunteer department that you're continuing to bring new people on. So I'm quite pleased with that. I think it's a measure of how well that particular firefighters group is seen in the community, in particular that our Captain Mike BYLAWS can attract individuals. So hats off to Mike and the rest of the fire department.
Thank you. Do you have anything else on Schedule A?
That's all, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, did you have anything?
Just to comment on the fact that the province has appointed a new member of the Police Service Board. He has had some extensive discussions with our chair, and we have scheduled a a meeting virtually for the 10th of June, and we welcome Mr. Evans to our small but powerful group.
Good news. Okay, so if there's nothing further, we have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Could I have a mover? Moved by Nix and seconded by Creelman. And nothing further to discuss, so I'll call for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes?
Councillor Magdalo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, so that carries. And now we're on to reports of council and staff projects. So we'll start with staff. Let's see, Mr. Luca.
I have nothing new to update council on at this point.
Okay, thank you. Kim Wheaton.
Just the questions concerning council direction as far as the picnic tables. Do you want them removed from the parks? If so, if the picnic tables are to be removed, it will take a few days to coordinate because I will have to coordinate with the Director of Public Works for manpower in that regard. What about the portalettes that we have? We have 2 portalettes in parks, and we have another portalette here at the office. What do you want to do as far as they're concerned? I can close down public washrooms. They all have locks on them anyways that require a code to get into. So I do need direction as to picnic tables, benches, those types of things. My other concern are the boards up on the picnic shelter right now. I'd like to have those removed by the ski club. They put them up every year for use during ski season, but now that the ski club is not using it, we find that the public is enjoying going into that area, and out of sight, out of mind, they're not being seen. So we do have some concerns about what could be happening in that area. So I just as soon take the boards off and then sign it and put tape across the entrances to let people know it's not in use if that's what council wants to, how council wants to proceed. So just looking a little for direction from that. The other thing is met with the contractor who's working on the deck at Menorah, and we're just waiting for all of his paperwork to come forward, and we should be able to proceed with that job very shortly. Working away with Burnside, just putting some finishing touches on a few of the items that they've suggested. So yeah, everything's going forward. And we've got our summer student, Emma. She started yesterday and will be with us for the remainder of the summer. She's working outside predominantly with recreation staff, but will be indoors a couple of days a week as we need her.
Okay. Mr. Early?
Yeah, just from where we've been going at a staff level was to generally follow the guidelines that are being released by the province and also the health units. So that was coming down to the picnic pavilions as well, which or the pavilions and the structures that they have in the park. So if we're going to go beyond what we're getting from the province and continue restrictions, that's fine. We can do that. But this will probably become an ongoing matter. We could probably add it even to the agenda as an ongoing matter as to current status of restrictions and what council may want to do going forward that may differ from what is being proposed by the province and or the health units. I mean, there is conflict still between, I think, what the health units would like to see and what is being put forward by the province and some of the municipalities.
Okay. So I know the Trinity Bellwood situation over the weekend was not something that we would like to see repeated. So the concerns about opening the park but having no washroom facilities was first and foremost. So, Councillor Martin.
So, since the park is on land leased from CVC, and CVC standards are no washrooms, no picnic tables, I think that's who we should be following. As for the covered thing, whatever it's called, the little pavilion there, that of course became an issue, not being able to get the boards off because we couldn't get, it's primarily for the ODSS ski team, because they don't have time to change at the school, so they've been using that. And to get the ski team are usually the ones who come and take it down. That was not possible this year at all, of course, but I'm sure that right now that can be taken care of. But I have more concerns about the fact that we're not following what CVC is doing. I think that that's pretty important that we do that. And as for the Bellwood Trinity situation, there was an incredible amount of drinking and people not being intelligent. We haven't seen anything like that, certainly not in Monora. If you go a little further more north to Mono Cliffs, I think there's probably a lot to be discussed about that situation along the roads there, and the garbage and the people, and that's pretty horrendous to me. But anyway, that's what I'm thinking about. Thanks.
Okay. And any other councillors? Councillor Magtalo. Your microphone.
Response to Mark's reminder about the government, I'd just like to say that they have allowed us to choose to restrict access until we deem it's more appropriate. So it's wide open to us as long as we don't go over what their limitations are. Kim is looking for some direction on this, and I guess I started off with an email in which I said that I saw significant problems at opening the shelter, that it would be, the protocols are good to have in place, but they were going to be very hard, if not impossible, to maintain. And certainly there'd be nobody there who's monitoring the situation. Closeness, I think, is a problem, and certainly keeping the tables clean. Nobody's going to clean the tables, and after somebody's been eating on them, the chance that they're contaminated, that they've contaminated the table, is high. I think very high. So I think it's not a good time at this time to have tables available. I'm not sure, Kim, what to do about the porta potties. You don't want the people to be pooing behind trees, and so I'm a little bit divided on that. But I really feel pretty strongly that tables should not be available for people. In Toronto, when we had an excess of people in the parks and they were not social distancing, the people were not blamed. The municipality was blamed. Toronto was blamed for opening up the park. And so I think that it's up to us to set standards which people will be able to follow, and will allow for safe and protected practices.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
This may be a silly question. How many picnic tables are we talking about removing?
Throughout, we have 7 parks, so Monora alone has approximately 15 to 20 between what's in the picnic shelter and then spread amongst, out in the park. I'll say about 15. And then throughout our other parks, probably another 20. So there's a matter of, I'll have to communicate with the Director of Public Works as far as finding a location to store these picnic tables, and as far as getting some manpower, because each table's between about 250 to 300 pounds.
Mhm.
Yeah, I make a modest suggestion at the risk of everyone suggesting that it's misguided. What about taking a picnic table, flipping it upside down and putting it on top of a table, rendering both tables unusable and leaving them in situ? Saves a lot of time and energy moving them around.
I mean, that it does save time for sure. I could certainly look into getting chains put on them so they cannot be flipped back over, because my experience, in the past has been that when you do something like that, people automatically want to say, well, no, I am going to use it. And I mean, in the past, I've dealt with picnic tables in the Menorah Pond and having to retrieve them, and Councillor Martin knows all about that. People like to use them as boats. So I can certainly try that and see if we can't come up with some type of method for people not to flip them back over. I mean, that certainly alleviates the problem of trying to find a place to store them. I'm still going to need manpower for sure from Public Works to do it.
And as for the porta potties, do we rent them or do we own them?
We rent them.
Well, at the expense of, and are they rented on an annual basis or on a monthly basis?
Monthly.
Okay, I'll just let that hang out there, but I don't want to deny the porta potty business an income, but maybe we should consider seriously asking that they be picked up and we get them back when it's safe.
Mr. Early?
Just on the porta potty issue, one of the things we did very early on was to have when we closed down our offices here, it's very much relied upon by the couriers and delivery people as a spot that they could use. So we've discreetly placed one in behind the building here for their use. They're using it on their own accord. We're posting them to advise people that they're here as a matter of convenience, and we understand and advise them that they are not being cleaned except as the porta potty companies are doing. It really gets down to one of those items that is the what's the term? Hate to quote President of the South, is the cure worse than the problem. When you look at Mono Cliffs, for instance, with them opening up the park but none of the washroom facilities, it's creating a huge environmental issue, I think, for the town and the province, because people are going there, and make no mistake, they're not holding it until they're getting back to their communities. So I think with the signage in place, I would be very leery about moving away from the porta potties at this time. And I think you're going to see that the municipal washrooms that are at the parks are going to be one of the first things that are going to be opened up, because I think people are realizing that that's a critical miss right now, is when you're allowing people to the park, that you're not allowing the proper conveniences for waste.
If I can I just jump in there? Just a point. One of the reasons why we did put the portalet in at Mono Center Park was as a result of the neighbors or the residents in that community specifically requesting that portalet be put in because of the use of Mono Cliffs Park. The hikers all using Mono Cliffs Park, and they were knocking on doors of the residents there at the, Mono Cliffs Inn and the real estate office. Now, I know those buildings aren't open right now, but that's just a reminder of the reason why council did put that portalet in the first place. And now that the trails are back open again at Mono Cliffs Park, I'm not sure if by taking the portalet out of there, you'll be incurring any scenarios.
Councillor Martin?
I was just wondering if the picnic shelter could be used to put some of, if the first option of putting one on top of the other is not working, or another option would be to put them back in there. Put them in there, and then nobody can get in, nobody can use a picnic table if they're all sort of piled in there. But I still want to see those boards come down anyway.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't know how to go about that, but maybe we can work on something, Kim, with the school and see what we can do.
Well, I know that Dave, who works in recreation, could certainly assist someone in getting those down.
So if we could find a couple of people and then work it out with Dave.
Yeah, I can certainly offer Dave, and he's actually offered to help however you guys need him.
Okay.
Councillor Machelot?
Recognizing the wisdom in our CAO's speech, I think it'd be nice if we could do something which allowed people to sanitize their hands afterwards. I don't know how you do this, Kim, but you don't want things to be stolen, but is there some type of a physical setup that would allow us to leave a sanitizer in some type of receptacle that would be permanently attached or some way, so that somebody could use the convenience? I don't think most people are going to use it if they don't have to, but because they all know that this is a potential contamination, and they'd like to come out of there with their hands clean. So, Kim, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, each of the portalets, I did check with Chantlers who provide the portalets at the two parks, and they provide sanitizing facilities within each of the portalets.
Okay.
And they're replenished on a weekly basis. Plus, the portalets are sprayed down with disinfectant on a weekly basis. Like, they're pumped and disinfected. So that's what's happening there. Other than the town physically installing sanitizer, I'm afraid if I just put the hand pump ones, they'd be gone within a day. But I did check with the portalet companies in that regard to see if sanitizer, and that's what they told me.
If I might continue, I think that's probably the direction to go, is to provide the facility, the convenience, if you'd like, in that way, and to also sign it very clearly that we are not doing daily cleansing, etc., that you're responsible for your own protection, or something like that. Thank you.
And just kind of following up on that, I'm just thinking, we have the public washroom out at Mono Center in addition to the portalet that's there, and that's predominantly used by the ski club, by the tennis club. So if you want, we can go one of two ways. I can keep it closed, keep it locked, and just let the tennis club know that washroom is not available for use, that members would need to use the portalet that's on site. Or I can continue to allow them to go in there with the same setup, that we clean it, weekly. And there is hand sanitizer. Plus there is running water in that washroom as well.
Councillor Martin?
Did the tennis club have a key to that washroom?
No, it's not a key. It's done by a code.
Okay.
Yeah, and they are provided with the code.
So it almost makes it private to them at this point.
Yeah, what we've done in the past is if I've ever had a resident or a hiker or whatever, if anyone's ever called me and asked me for the code, I've given it to them. But from experience in the past is when we didn't have a code on it, and because we're on a well up there, I was very concerned about the water because we did have a scenario someone went in there, turned the taps on and left. And they drained the well dry.
Well, I would suggest that we maintain the porta potties and continue with the facility for the Mono Center tennis court, and that we work towards, I don't know if you can chain a whole bunch of picnic tables on their ends together in the shelter, but I think that we need to start the process. How's the rest feel?
And I will keep the washroom at Cardinal Woods locked.
Well, what's the usual scenario there?
The scenario there is when the tennis court monitor goes over in the morning to open up the tennis courts, she also unlocks that washroom. So that is available without code for people to be able to use.
And have you had any issues with being used by non-tennis players?
The only issue I've ever had is somehow somebody gets in there in the winter on me when we winterize it.
Oh.
And
Okay.
we always have a lovely surprise when we go in the spring and open it up. But other than that, I have not had, when we actually have it open for use, we are very fortunate in the use of that. It's kept clean. We don't have issues out there.
Okay. Well, my suggestion is that we maintain the same process so that we're not being unfair to the tennis club users, and they need the facility. Mr. Early, did you have something you wanted to comment on?
No, just that we'll try to bring forward a COVID-19 issues list for you at each of the council meetings.
Okay, sounds good. So,
Can I ask one more question? This is in regards to our benches in our parks. They are being used. I, certainly see people sitting on them at this point. Do you want me to put the caution tape all around them? How do you want me to handle benches? Those I physically cannot. They're cemented into the ground.
and honestly, I think that if anybody is aware of the situation, so if they choose to sit on an outdoor park bench, more than likely they will have brought themselves a blanket to sit on of their own use. Yeah, you could sign it, but the sign probably wouldn't last. I think people are starting to get the idea of what could or should be done. I think to try and rope them off is it's not going to work.
Okay.
Councillor Martin?
I was just going to say it would be a waste of tape because they're going to sit there anyway. I agree. I agree with Mayor Ryan that we have to let people sort of make up their own mind about a few things, and the benches, that's fine. You're not going to have 6 people sitting on the bench anyway, and so I think that.
Okay. Your mic went off.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You're back again.
We're not moving the benches for sure. We are
Yeah.
solid.
Okay. So, anybody else have any concerns about that direction to Kim? Councillor Magdalo?
No, I think that's a good direction to go. The risk factor from as contact of the bench is quite low compared with the picnic table where you're eating at it. It's all about balancing risks. I think that's a good way to go, good consensus.
Okay. All right. So you're okay then, Kim?
I'm dandy.
Okay. Mr. Trotman, do you have anything you wanted to report on?
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. Just a few things. I mean, we've mentioned some of the bylaws that we're trying to work on as part of unfinished business early in this agenda. Other than that, there is a request from Dufferin County for a survey and a visioning survey as part of their Dufferin County official plan review. I'm going to probably bring that forward to our deputy clerk as an item for the next agenda item as a Schedule A, I would think. And beyond that, the proposal for the hotel behind Royal Chev is still quite ongoing. We're getting comments in now based on the reports that were provided by the applicant's lead consultant, the architect. And I'll bring council an update as I can once we have substantive comments in. And my other reference would be to the email from our CAO referencing the pre-hearing conference, video conference in July for Greenwood. Other than that, nothing more to add.
Okay. And if there's no questions of Mr. Trotman, we'll go on to Mr. Dunmore.
Morning, everybody. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bridge 39, which is on the Mono-Agila town line, that we're starting to expose the bell cable today, and full closure will happen on June the 1st. Detour signs will be put up. Rosemont and blind line tenders, they'll be let in a week or so, so those will be coming to a couple of council meetings. Calcium and maintenance gravel, that's proceeding now with full in-depth grading and calcium application. We got some drainage works occurring in Purple Hill on the unopened road allowance where some of our hydrant flushing was actually flooding a gentleman's backyard. So we're rectifying that in the next week. Works department, we got full crews back now, staggered shifts with full COVID less than 2 meter protocols in place. SCADA upgrades will start on the Cardinal Woods pump house next week, and listening to the conversation on the washrooms, we'll probably have the contractor bring in their own porta potty for personal use with lockable doors in the parking in the upper parking lot, Kim. The water main on Highway 9, that's ongoing or going well, and you should start to see utility locates start to occur in the next couple weeks. No actual start date until we have all the underground utilities located. The hydrant flushing in all of our water systems has been completed. We had very few brown water complaints, and we got through it with the residents with respect to that. We had a dozer and some tests. We had a couple test loaders and graders in for our grader tenders, and they were into the landfill last week and regraded and redistributed all the wood chips that were accumulated over the last couple years. The openings are scheduled June 13th, June 17th, June 20th, and June 24th. All the times are available on our website and will be pushed on our social platforms. There will be a porta potty in there as well, but it'll be locked for the personal use of the site attendant. Third line from Hockley to Dunby. If council recalls, I owe you a report on that. I have spoken to a few residents with respect to last year's delegation. So I will plan to get that for the next council meeting as to the long-term plans with that. The solar speed sign, we're starting to bounce that around, and we're going to put it on the third line next. So that will start to show up and hopefully slow people down in there. I was delayed and canceled a couple times, but the regional director from the West region of the MTO, as a follow-up to our delegation at the Good Roads Conference, that is going to happen on June 2nd or June 3rd by way of video calling, and I will continue to push the concerns that were brought up with respect to the with respect to our ministry highways that run through the boundaries. And that's all on my list right now, unless council has any questions. That's it.
Any questions from members of council? Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Mike, this wasn't in your report, but we've had back and forth on this. In terms of the town's parking bylaws and enforceability in situations such as we had at Third Line Monocliffs Park, cars potentially parked on the traveled portion, too close to intersections, that kind of thing. Do you see a role for the OP in handing out Part 2 parking tickets in circumstances where the movement of traffic is impeded by the way in which people are, as an example, parking on both sides of the road?
Yes, you broke up a bit there, Deputy Mayor, but I'm assuming you were asking if enforcement would be appropriate.
Yes.
So yes, by all means, it's pretty clear in our no parking bylaw with respect to impeding traffic flow and blocking more than half of a lane or anything. So I'm sure Mrs. Rando could probably interpret that to. Problem is, I don't think they're blocking more than a half a lane, though. I think traffic can still get through. But I'm basing it on one drive through on its busy time. So I definitely think that Saturday and Sunday would not be a bad idea for the OPP to drive that road and to interpret our bylaw appropriately. It would put a greater sense on less parking maybe, but it would put the large sense on appropriate parking.
With the agreement of the rest of council, could you get in contact with Officer Randall and maybe furnish her with a current copy of our bylaw and suggest that we've had this discussion and that we'd welcome their involvement?
Mr. Early?
Yeah, all of our parking bylaws and the roads bylaw were attached to the letter of understanding to the OPP. So Nikki will already have those in place.
Yeah, I just think they need to be reminded, and the individual officers need to be reminded that they do have the power and they are welcome to hand out Part 2 certificates for parking. We get maybe 5 a year, and that incident recently could have prompted 55, I suspect.
Councillor Martin?
I think that most of us saw the video that was taken of the woman driving between the parked cars on both sides on the Mono Center Road. And the woman had to move out past the center line to get past, and there was traffic coming towards her as well. I really felt uncomfortable with that, so I'm really glad that we are going to be doing something about that, and sounds good to me. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Dunmore? Okay, seeing none then, we'll go on to Mr. Simpson. Did you have anything that you needed to update us on?
One item, with respect to the council list of unfinished business, I take it then we can remove the Burnside invoices and the CVC bylaw exemption from that list?
That's correct.
Okay, yep, that's it for me.
Okay, Mr. Early?
All of my issues have generally been covered, and we are working towards trying to look at how to open up not only this office, but all the other town facilities. So we'll be bringing something forward at the next meeting, I would think.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay, thank you. So we start with Deputy Mayor. Did you have anything to report?
I received a copy of the telecommunications tower protocol, and I want to bounce it off the task force, but my initial reaction to it is that it was crafted appropriately for the major telecom companies. It's not something that is forgiving in situations where, as I suggested previously, somebody wants to do a temporary installation or a small scale installation. The deposits are fairly high. The criteria is very stringent. It's designed to steer location of such towers towards the major highways as opposed to county or town roads. So I think it needs some work, and I'm happy to undertake that and bring it back to council. But it is, as I say, appropriately targeting the proliferation of towers, and B, making certain that the large providers go through a whole series of hoops before they get permission to put a tower down.
Okay. Well, I would appreciate your work on that, because if there is an opportunity that we can get some agreements with a smaller provider, that would be great. Did you have anything?
Oh, I was just going to say the exemption section doesn't really do the trick. It's helpful to a point, but it doesn't really envisage the kind of scenarios that I see going forward.
Okay.
But thanks to Mr. Trotman for that.
Okay, that's good. Councillor Mantelo, did you have anything to report? Your mic?
Just a couple of fun things, Your Honor. The pollinator garden has started to work there again. We're using having five people, and there's physical distancing quite well. They're all aware that they're in the age group most of them are in the age group where it's a dangerous disease to have. And I think people are pleased with this. We did a fun thing last week, which was hopefully the press is picking it up. It was a soil test. It was a soil test which tested the number of microbes that were in the soil, and which are directly proportional to the amount of organic material in the soil. This is called a cellular undies test. And so underwear was buried in the soil at a fixed depth in different locations, in 10 different locations around the garden. And in 2 months' time, this will be dug up, and we'll assess the amount of the decomposition. The underwear, of course, is made of cotton, and it's an organic material, and it's the amount of the breakdown of the undies is in direct proportion to the amount of microbes that are there. So that's kind of a lighthearted thing that was being done. I see Fred, Nix, and John smiling a bit. And we put out a press release. It didn't make the citizen last week. It may make it this week. The other thing that we're doing, which is a little lighthearted but actually quite serious, is the messaging that comes out once every month or once every week or two. John has been working with me on that. The last one was called Ideas, and it was ideas for things that you can do to help cope with your stress. So that if you're having a bad day, pull up the ideas, which are on our website, and there's everything there from doing dog therapy to splitting wood, and if all else fails, there's chocolate. So we'll continue with that. I think that the next one may be related to one of the things that has become very much a part of people's problematic part of people's lives in rural areas is the lack of high-speed internet, and we really need to do something about that. We're open to suggestions. Anybody has any idea that they'd like with us to talk about, we'll do so. I think the one we did on masks was very appropriate, and there still is a lot of misunderstanding about masks. And I'm reading from this last Citizen's, a citizen, it was a column, and they say cloth masks, this is homemade cloth masks, are better than surgical masks, which do not give effective protection. So I can't believe the misinformation that's being published here. Surgical masks, of course, prevent droplets from coming through or prevent particles from coming through down to a very fine size. Cloth masks are, in fact, are of significant value, particularly if you're infected. They'll help to prevent you from spreading it. They're not as effective at preventing somebody who coughs on you with it coming through, but they still are far better than nothing. I think that's all I have. The projects. Well, the river naming project is carrying on. There hasn't been a lot of activity on my part in the last week. I have had some input from residents. I expect that we'll be coming up with if Mike has the energy and time to look at, we'll have a report which is come from both of us to recommend certain names, and I'm assuming we'll be suggesting a limited number of names to match those rivers which we're quite sure their names of, and we'll get the least amount of pushback from local residents. So we do have about 40 river crossings in the town, which is very interesting. I suspect we'll come up with 25 or 30 sign location suggestions. That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great. Councillor Martin?
Sorry, that was pretty quick. Councillor Martin Magdalo. I just wanted to, the good news portion too, I'd like to let everybody know that Rose Doughton and her team at the Shelburne Public Library have once again won the National Award for Summer Programming. Of course, that was last year, but I wouldn't put them out for this year either because of what they're doing online. And by the way, this is the third time that they've won, different levels, third and second as well. But they're competing against places like Halifax and Waterloo and all across the country. So I think that's pretty amazing for a little library in Shelburne to do that. The books are being brought back to the building, and they use a huge, one of those big plastic heavy duty garbage bags to catch all the books that are being returned through the slot. They go into, there's a meeting room there, if you're not familiar with the place. They are put out there for 72 hours is how long they're left alone, and probably longer because they've so many thousands of books have come in that it's going to be quite a process. They have some students that have been hired and they're wearing proper gloves, masks, the whole thing to sort through the books to get everything back where it belongs. And June 1st, the curbside pickup will start, and people can order the books that they want to use. So they're also they have this popular program. It's a coffee time with an author, and they're going to do that online, which I think is wonderful to keep that going. And they have something like over 4,000 books that are going to be returned. Maybe they're back there by now because it's been almost a week since I had a meeting with them. So that's phenomenal. And spirits are really good. They're doing a great job there, I have to say. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Nix.
Just a couple of items. I think I sent my fellow councillors an email on this. At the Shelburne District Fire Board, we have had a letter of resignation from our fire chief, which is unfortunate. Our current fire chief has done a tremendous job since he came to us about 3 or 4 years ago. His last day will be, I think, June the 6th. He has, however, agreed that he will help us in hiring a new fire chief. What we need, or what we did the last time, is we need a technical person who can evaluate the applications and tell us technically whether these people are qualified or not. And it won't be quite as fast as I originally thought. We're going to take our time, and the deputy fire chief has agreed to take over as the acting fire chief until we get a replacement. The other thing at the Shelburne District Fire Board is that we have finally found a new dispatch service. It'll be Tilsonburg. I just forget the amount, Sharon, you might remember, it's going to be considerably more than we are paying now for dispatch services. But I think we found a company that can do it for us properly. That'll occur on or about August the 1st. I think that's all that I have to report.
Okay, thank you. So we're now on to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none, then we are at a point where we can go in camera. Do we know the status of our solicitor?
Jeff has been online for a while, my understanding, or is waiting to be let into the meeting through Andrew.
Okay, then. So at this time, we have a motion that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 11:39 a.m. For 2 items of litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. The first one is bylaw enforcement order. And the second one, Mr. Dunmore or Mr. Simpson, could you help me as to what that should be listed as?
Previously, we've used the address on of the subject property.
Okay, then. So the
That'd be 674-305 here Ontario Street.
okay, thank you. And could I have a mover? Councillor Magtalo, and a seconder. Councillor Nix. And before the vote, Mr. Early.
Your Worship, just while we're public, I will be recusing myself from the second matter. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I'll call for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Magtalo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now we are in camera. And so, hello. Yes, Jeff.
With council's permission, then I'll retire from the meeting.
Yes, I hope your lunch didn't get cold.
No, it's a sandwich, so.
Okay, thanks very much, Jeff.
And I because I don't see council, like, I should say that I have told other municipalities, I've told other municipalities that they should look
Yes,
at how you're doing it. With council's permission, then I'll retire from the meeting.
Yes, I hope your lunch didn't get cold.
With a sandwich, so.
Okay.
I because I don't see council, like, I should say that I have told other municipalities.
Okay, so, Andrew, are we back on? Okay, thank you. So, if there is any other information or news or business? Yes, Fred?
Just because I think we did pass that one resolution before the cameras came back on. I should have asked for a pause.
Okay.
Perhaps it's best that we just read that resolution for rising in public.
Okay, so can you read it back then?
So it was moved by Councillor Nix, seconded by Councillor Martin, that we rise from in camera at 1:42 p.m. and that council accept the advice of the town solicitor and direct that town administration and the town solicitor to proceed accordingly. That was carried.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if there's nothing further that, oh, sorry, Councillor Nix.
Just one little small technical matter. I've discovered why my everyone freezes. If you, like when Fred Simpson comes back on, I can see him. When David came on, when Michael came on, the rest of you are all frozen. So occasionally for future meetings, if you on occasion would click your camera icon on and then off, somehow it will refresh my laptop. I don't know why it's doing it. That's what caught there. Now I can see John Peelman because he just clicked his on and off. Okay.
Okay. So, we have. Okay, we have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceeding of council of the town of Molo in session VC5-2020 held 26th of May 2020 to be signed by the mayor and the clerk and sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have someone to move? Moved by Mantalo and seconded by Nix. And I will do the quicker way, which is anybody not in favor? Okay, so that carries. And a motion to adjourn at 1:46 p.m. Could I have a mover? Moved by Martin, seconded by Mantalo, and we're all in favor. Say yay. I didn't hear a yay, but I'm saying that everybody's
Yay.
Yay. Okay, thanks very much, everybody. And I guess our next meeting is scheduled for, Fred, it's the 8th or 9th of June.
Yes, 9 June is the next one, followed by June 23rd.
Okay, then thanks very much, everybody.